Majesty makes his opening remarks. On this note, may I humbly invite the Faculty of Management Sciences to present the kola nut to the Vice Chancellor, who is the Chief Host, and who will in turn present the kola nut to our guests. Faculty of Management Sciences.
Let me rest on the existing protocol. Your Royal Majesty is here. Our Taihan, I won't even need when you're lodging, man, and Nabataro. Kita in a choice, Kaimeso Mena and Deep. Now, management science. Okay. We call them. I'm the condition. Hey, my Kufiona, Nebuchadnezzar, no, here for that. How good you were for that kind. I told him, men and Andy. Oji wouldn't be Abena, when you're Oji, man, and Nabataro. Manager Oji, Anabataro, Noreba, you are named Yenya, you may make so. Neighborhood and the management science. Natural Enabata, Okobia, and the Biana Vine. And the only she on Aquani or Kamuta and care Mocha or Badibularian Ghana for computer, Asia Digital VC, Naho, Yaka Echoka, Ebunyogia. I ordered how to Akakita. Ihe dị iche ebe n'ebe anyị nọ. Ndị ada ala Igbo anụghị ya ozugbo. Onwe ihe a ga-ekwu ime aghọta, ige ntị ozugbo, ịghọtabi ozugbo. N'egbu oge anyị ji aha Dean Management Sciences na ndị nkụzi na Management Sciences wee na-asị ka anyị buga onye isi ụlọ akwụkwọ anyị ọchị a. Obunye ndu nnukwu ọbịa anyị nwere. MC, ngwa.
The presentation is still on. This is a very significant program in Igbo land. Sign of welcome. The kola nut is being presented to the Chief Host and the Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Oka.
The Faculty of Management Sciences. Because Collins, I don't know. Were rebombico. A parodia. Kenya Abogidi. Abogidi is used to the sewage. And the Obian and doesn't ever. Dal.
Gracious and Vice Chancellor, I have got you, and I can only say one. Mana, Dimokudu, Colanoji, Honani Kanako. All each defense I was here. Now, the Dean Pulugus, Noji, no so simple, Ojan. I got sludgy. More project kind of gone, or you kind of gone. And you can assess me the Chuku is on the lingo. So, I saw you go swipe, Mr. Quadro. Cover at the man. I want to not you kind of college, you guys Georgie when I can. No, so come nice, you can know as so nice. Well, more can I chisel. Well, I can never choose. But simply, all I no, I can't name here. Well,
ndị be anyị onye na nke onye chinyazeli ọkammụta Nnamdi Azikiwe mahadum bụ esimone na ndị ngalaba marine sciences butere ọchịka ewe napụta ndị ọbịa anyị ewe na-achị unu nnọọ ndị ọbịa nnọọ anyị na-anabatakwa ọkammụta General Ogomudia anyị na-achịghị nnọọ na-ekekwe General Agwai na General Umahi na ndị ya akụzikwa iwe anyị na-achịkwa agba ogide nnọọ anyị chịrị nnọọ wee nọkpara agbapụrụ na anyị na-apụtakwa unu anyị na-ekpe bụ na iwe ngegwu tata na ndị a na-akwụ ya ga-anụ ewebuli emepụta iwe anyị na-ayọkwa unu ugbere anya wee gụọ ebe dị n'ụlọ ọnụ wee gwa anyị edochi wee dụ maka na ọ na dịka ndị otu nnọba aka nchekwuru anyị dụ anyị na-achọ adụ na mma ekpere anyị na-ekpe na ọnụ unu ga-aka ọdụ unu mma akwụkwọ ara akpụ unu ya nna domorima ibe na-emeta ata ya aka mma anyị na-ayọ ụsa n'egwu ka ọ gọzie tata gọzie anyị ka ile anyị ga-eri bịa nke iri anyị bịa na anyị aghara aga ezi wata agụụ na aka ezi ọ ya adịla anyị na mma anyị adị ka echi na-eche ara agwụ wee na-asị ka mkpọgị otu ka ọ gbata ka ọ nọrọ anyị ọchị gọzie ka anyị taa kata ndụ arụ ike iwe akwa iwe enwe iwe ndụ ka anyị na-ayọ n'afa Jizọs Kraịst onye anyị.
Biko tụọ na iwe mere nwa that was very good prayer. So we thank Professor Azikiwe for that prayer. So please, if you have your kola nuts, you are now very free to break it. I'm very sure that we all understood the language. You don't know, just pretend that you. That was a very, very good, presentation. We thank you, and we thank the person that led us in the prayers. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege at this juncture to respectfully invite the Royal Father of the Day, His Royal Majesty Obi Alfred Achebe Abogidi, the Obi of Onitsha, to make his remarks. Your Majesty, sir.
The Chairman of the Occasion, Chairman of the Media, the Vice Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'll stand on the established protocol. My comments will be very, very brief. I didn't have a prepared written statement. But I start, Vice Chancellor, by observing that literally, except for those on the high table, literally everybody in this room does not wear a face mask. And the coronavirus is real and it's killing. And as I speak to you, I have a few of my people who are very close to me who are now in the mortuary because of coronavirus. We're in an enclosed environment, and the chances of one person infecting all of us It's a real possibility. So if you have your face mask, please wear it on. And I suggest also that you have an officer in charge of making sure that people comply with coronavirus health and safety protocols, lecture rooms and everywhere we are. And as much as possible, we stay in open spaces. I'm saying this because I'm the chief enforcer for my community at Onitsha. And I'm part and parcel of the Anambra coronavirus response team. So I have the statistics every day. And it is very, very serious. It is very, very serious. What is reported and what we know is not reported. So please, I encourage everybody to wear the face mask. I stand on the comments already made by the chairman of the occasion, security challenges and achievements of sustainable development goals in sub-Saharan Africa. I see two keywords in the theme. One is security, and the other one, of course, is sustainable development. And I think if you begin to link two of them, which is what I've tried to do, I then have a much broader perspective of what security stands for. The 17 SDG goals, including alleviation of poverty and hunger, provision of good health, well-being, quality education, gender equality, which the chairman referred to already, but also there's social equality and economic equality. We have to take all those into consideration. Clean water, etc., affordable energy, reduced inequality, which is social economic inequality, and then sustainable cities and communities. Sustainable cities and communities are also there, and a few others that I have not captured. So in the context, in my own mind, when I was looking at the theme and trying to make a linkage between security and sustainable development, my mind is telling me that we've got to look at security in a much broader context. Poverty is a challenge, but we can fight for security against poverty, security against hunger, ensuring that we have secure education, secure employment, etc., etc. So, in a sense, there's a linkage, and I think I want to see it from that perspective. The SDG goals call for sustainable cities and communities. And from my own perspective, again, as a traditional ruler, I operate at the grassroots, at the community level. So I see development from bottom up rather than top down. And successful development I see as from bottom up rather than top down. When you look at the community, the university is a community, as we all see it here. And then one is most of our universities, definitely federal universities, have vast expertise. And yet we have to buy food to feed the university and buy food to feed everybody else. And my challenge is agriculture. There's a call for agriculture today, food sufficiency, which is food security. If you're secure against security,
arrest me. We had a very successful event, but trust me, we didn't even realize up to what he's saying. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Okay, I want to appreciate every one of us here, the chairman of the occasion, former Chief of Defense Staff General Alexander Udian, the Royal Father of the Day, His Majesty Obi Alfred Achebe Abogidi, Obi of our nation. My own Vice Chancellor, Professor Charles Okechukwu Esimode, FAS. Our lead paper presenter, Major General Abel Umahi, Special Guest of Honor, General Martin Agwai, all other protocols duly observed. I am delighted to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 2021 Faculty of Management Sciences International Conference, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, welcome. I respectfully welcome the special guest of honor, Lieutenant General Martin Luther Agwai, former Chief of Defense Staff and Pro-Chancellor, University of Calabar. I salute the chairman of the occasion, Lieutenant General Alexander Udian, former Chief of Defense Staff, the lead paper presenters, Major General Obi Ebel Umahi, former General Officer Commanding 81 Division Army Military, and Professor Robert Dibia, Assistant Vice President, Font Valley and States Universities, United States of America. To my father, His Royal Majesty Igwe Alfred Nnamdi Achebe, the Obi of Onitsha, the Chairman, Council of Traditional Rulers, Anambra State. I am most pleased you are here, Abogidi. The theme of this conference, security challenges and achievement of sustainable development goals in sub-Saharan Africa, is quite germane to the times we live in, not only in this country, but the world at large. There is need to develop a new approach towards understanding the prevailing level of insecurity in Africa. The continent is in the grip of various disruptive forces that are coalescing to give it a failed status total. The current state of insecurity in most African countries is a manifestation of deep-rooted and structurally entrenched crisis of development that creates the environment for the emergence of conditions of poverty, unemployment, and inequality in the countries concerned. These in turn lead to frustration, alienation, and ultimately social discontent that spark violence and insecurity. Without the enabling environment, these conditions could not have metamorphosed into serious national security problems, threatening to tear the countries apart. Although Africa may appear to be failing, the trends leading to this situation are reversible. Hence, this is the theme of the conference. This conference brings together scholars, entrepreneurs, professionals, graduate students, and researchers of various higher educational research institutions and nationalities who are actively engaged in finding solutions to this burning issue. It is a critical effort towards bringing together scholars, researchers, and policymakers from all fields of endeavor to search for ideas and solutions to the problem and challenges associated with security and lessons from other countries. The conference is underpinned by the need to generate strong advocacy capable of helping individuals, firms, institutions, and government to pull through this challenging time. In closing, I want to most warmly appreciate our ever supportive Vice Chancellor, Professor Charles O. Esimone, FAS, for the fatherly role he plays to ensure that our faculty is in the forefront of the realization of Project 200, the vision of this administration. With such support, we have been attracting funds from our alumni and some participants, some philanthropies for the ongoing construction of office complex and the already commissioned car wash center. This is, I want to really appreciate you for all the support. We can't thank you enough. Whenever we call you, you answer. Just like when we say, when we call on God, he answers. Whenever I call the Vice Chancellor, he's ready to hear, to listen. Thank you so much, sir. We don't take this for granted. I want to also appreciate all the heads of departments in our faculty for their strong support and commitment in ensuring that we'll have a very peaceful working environment. You can attest to the fact that this faculty is the most peaceful faculty in this university. We have very supportive heads of department. The staff are highly cooperative and ready to give all necessary assistance as when is needed. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. To the chairman of the 2021 Faculty of Management Sciences International Conference Committee, Professor Basil C. Wampo. The secretary, I need to also acknowledge him, the secretary, Dr. C.J. Ibetu Ibokwe, and all the members of this great committee. I say a big thank you for all the time sacrificed to ensure that we'll have a very successful outing. God will continue to bless you all. I want to tell you that it's not a normal thing. It's not a rare feat to actually have the kind of men we have seated here ready to dish out from the wealth of knowledge. General Nawai, our own General Gomudia, our own General Romahi, my father, His Royal Highness. I can't thank you enough. It's not easy to bring these men here. I won't tell you what I had to go through to have them here, but they have been so warm. Thank you, sirs. I really appreciate it. Distinguished special guests, revered colleagues, our dear students, I recognize you. Members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you once again to this thought-provoking event, and I urge you to relax and enjoy the conference, which is geared towards seeking solutions to our worrisome security problems. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Please, another round of applause for her. That was the Faculty of Management Sciences of our great university, making that great presentation. We thank you and we salute you. She sounded very well like Nnamdi Azikiwe in the pragmatic sermon called Holy on the 4th century BC. Believe you me, to derive God from that will be tantamount to the great fallacy of illegitimate reduction. And gentlemen, I think we are making progress. And with the permission of Mr. Chairman, it is my honor and privilege to invite our chief host and the vice chancellor of our great university, a great man, a great leader ever resourceful, the founder and leader of Project 200 of our great university, fellow Academy of Science, fellow Academy of Nigerian Pharmacists, professor of biopharmaceuticals, and the first professor of microbiopharmaceuticals in the whole of southeast of Nigeria. And to the glory of God, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the first substantive vice chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Professor Charles Okechukwu Esibone, FAMS.
Thank you very much. And I say I love you too. God bless you all. The chairman of this international conference, Arabian General Nnamdi, the lead paper presenter, General Martin Luther King, our own wonderful brother who has been supporting us both in public and in private, Major General Abel Omai, I thank you for your solidarity all the time. In a special way, I send my very great appreciation and thanks to our royal father, the father of fathers, in all sphere, a role model by excellence, the Obi for nature, His Royal Majesty, Dr. Alfred Nnamdi Azikiwe Abogidi, the Dean Faculty of Management Sciences, a digital day, a super digital day. I think I will give you super digital because you are following after my footsteps very rapidly. Professor Obi Lilian Orogo, the chairman of the LOC. I have come to realize that when you want the conference in the university to work well, you make Professor VC Wongo the chairman, and it will go well. My employers who are here, Professor, you know, as I'm here now, I'm shifted because my employers are here. Some of the members of council are here. There are certain things I will do. They will go back and deal with me at the council. So I revert my employers. And I must recognize Professor Ezeman in a special way. I'm still a loyal employee. And the director of Unity Business School, the past member of council, Professor Mongo, I recognize. Other deans who are here, heads of departments, Faculty of Management Sciences, and in particular, the very powerful professors of the great Faculty of Management Sciences, who have given support and credence to this conference. I recognize all of you. Our great students of Unity, great Unity students, the great Unity students, because of you that we are here today. Our wonderful guests who are accompanying our generals. I realize I think the commander of Onitsha is also here. I recognize you in a special way. Thank you for your support and protection. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I want to start by thanking His Royal Majesty Abugibi for the wonderful comments that he made. See, when you see a royal father is not just by appearance, but you see that by character, by action. You see, when his royal father walked in here, within a few seconds, he already took very snapshot notes of our, our appearance, which is one thing we have been hitting and talking about. And I'm happy that it's coming from, not from VC again, because some will say they have been hearing. You observe that many of us were not on face masks, which we are very strict about. But somehow the Nigerian people, they have a way of resisting, whether subtly or overtly or expressing things that ordinarily will preserve, protect, and help them, assist them. But be that as it may, I want to assure His Royal Majesty also that these people are very good people, compliant people. The rebuke and caution coming from the Royal Father, they will not despise. And I believe after now, those of them that have been thinking that this is a joke, hearing it not just from the VC now, from members of, just like the MCC, we have a very vibrant task force that moves around. But because today is the exam, so all of them are focused. The COVID-19 task force of the university are now in all different centers of the exam, making sure that it's compliant. So that's why I've seen them. Ordinarily, they have been here to monitor and to check compliance, but they are now in different faculties and departments where exams are holding, just to make sure that students comply. I also want to thank His Majesty for the counsel he has given us with respect to what we need to do with the vast expanse of land we have in the university. And that's part of the theme of the conference, because sustainable development and security, we need to talk about food security. Food security is, people say that the hungry man is an angry man. And if you don't handle the stomach infrastructure, and then the physical and even the other infrastructure will break down. And so it's a timely counsel which we have taken seriously, even though as a university we are working assiduously towards that. We already have some partnerships that are ongoing with some firms. We have about 3 PPP projects on agricultural development, not just, predatory farming, but, sustainable, farming that will include food processing and indeed food security. That is ongoing, and we are hoping that any moment from now it materialize. And we're also encouraging our students, our staff. We have a cooperative society which we call Unity Farms. It's a big cooperative society where the business is farming, and that's been approved by council, has been incorporated. So it's a cooperative for farm, and it's a multi-million naira project. Everybody's supposed to key into that so that we all engage directly or indirectly in farming. That one is actually ongoing. And apart from that, so we have a lot of ventures that have to do with agriculture that we're rolling out. But as I said, it's a good council. It shows that by grace or by luck, or we are walking in the direction that His Majesty is giving us counsel. Not only that, with accommodation on the campus, I was just whispering to the chairman, I said, that's one of the major drives that we have pursued. And we have several PPP projects that are also ongoing. The only little, and we created a unit for PPP, and I think Professor Moko is current coordinator of our PPP project. And there's a lot of enthusiasm. The only little drawback recently was that we were now mandated that for all PPP projects, it will not just end with council, but it will have to go through ICRC, Infrastructure Consortium Reconstruction Commission. So they have to vet it. And once you come to those legal, ethical, there are blocks everywhere. So that's why, it's a bit slow. Otherwise, a lot of projects have been coming on for PPP because now about 20 or more trying to build hostels, staff housing quarters. But I also try to go through to fulfill these legal requirements. So it's slowing it down. But we are really pushing on that. And we are insisting that the cost for those accommodations will be commensurate with what is affordable and sustainable. So I thank His Majesty for that council, which we are doing. I thank you so much. It's my delight to welcome you all to the 2021 International Conference of our Faculty of Management Sciences. I'm particularly gladdened by the galaxy of key actors in today's event. The chairman, who is General Alexander Modia, retired former Chief of Defense Staff, Nigerian Armed Forces. The keynote address speaker, General Martin Luther Agwai, and also former Chief of Defense Staff, Nigerian Armed Forces. The lead paper presenter, Major General Obi Umahi, former Commander 81 Division, Nigerian Army. And we also have so many other persons who are also coming. In particular, I want to salute the Royal Father of the Day, Igwe Alfred Nebeka Achebe, Abu Dhabi, CFR MNI, the Obi of Onitsha, and Chairman Anambra State Traditional Blast Council. The choice of the theme of this conference, security challenges and achievement of sustainable development goals in sub-Saharan Africa, is quite germane to sub-Saharan Africa's unenviable predicament of underdevelopment. The SDGs, also known as the Global Goals, were adopted in 2015 by the United Nations with a view to ending poverty, protecting the planet, and ensuring that by 2030, all people of the world will enjoy peace and prosperity. I think we have elaborated more on that, so we don't need to go to that today. So the team recognizing that there is a certain nexus between security challenges and attainment of the sustainable development goals. Today, states in sub-Saharan Africa are embroiled in the firm grips of a miasma of security, of insecurity, and security challenges. We have Boko Haram, Islamic State West Africa province, the ISWAP insurgency. They are seeking to enthrone themselves. And across the sub-Saharan Africa, there are secessionist threats, kidnappings for ransom, farmer backlashes, agitations for resource control, and ethno-religious conflicts, among others, all of which are rife in Nigeria. These, which could be classified as militant security challenges, are without doubt stifling the attainment of the SDGs. But there are other subtle but not less threatening challenges, which may be underlying and indeed fueling these militant security challenges, and which at the same time are the targets of the SDGs. These are challenges of food insecurity, of ignorance, of poverty, and of the death of social amenities such as potable water and electricity. With the presence of these distinguished persons with strong military background, pampered by other civil positions they have held as speakers, and the presence of great people like the Royal Father of the Day, who has also given us a synopsis of what people need to do to ensure sustainable development and security. I'm confident that this conference will emerge with recommendations that will aid policy formulation and implementation towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in Sub-Saharan Africa. I want to welcome you once more to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and it's my singular pleasure and honor to declare this first international conference open. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Please may we rise to applaud our Vice Chancellor, Professor Charles Okechukwu Simone FAS. The digital Vice Chancellor, we salute you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And may God bless you for doing all this for our university. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Mr. Chairman, so distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think that we are making good progress. May I humbly invite the special guest of honor on today's occasion, a great leader, a man who saw it all with regards to the defense of this country. The former Chief of the Defense Staff, Federal Republic of Nigeria, a gentleman who believes so much in gentility of purpose, but very, very strong and courageous when it comes to decision making. A man whose name rings very big bells because he reminds one of the great crusader, Martin Luther King. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to invite to the podium the former Chief of Defense Staff of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Martin Luther Abai, to make his comments. Ladies and gentlemen.
With the kind permission of the chairman, I will want to request that if the PowerPoint I have is ready and somebody is going to break it, I will have to beg your indulgence to be able to move this way so that you can see, because the only screen I've seen here is that screen. Well, I don't know whether the PowerPoint is ready. If it's not, then I will present without it. But then it will make the audience not be able to follow me because okay. As I said, Chairman, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you stay there, you will stay on it. So if you do not mind, move to the front seat, and so that we can all participate in the discussion. As we are doing that, I want to honestly thank the university and thank the Faculty of Management Sciences, the management of the university, and all distinguished people of the university for inviting me to come and give the keynote address on this occasion of the international conference by the faculty. I also want to recognize my boss. For those of you who don't know, I took over at Chief of Admin Staff from General Nnamdi. I also took over and he became Chief of Defense Staff. And I took over from him as Chief of Defense Staff. So you can see how closely General Nnamdi and I have been in our service. So it's great to have my boss, my predecessor in service, to chair this occasion. I feel very honored and delighted. I also want to thank His Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, and I want to say to His Majesty that I'm so glad to be around and to meet you, knowing that you also hold a very prestigious national award, the CFR. And the only thing, Your Majesty, you are not very lucky to go to the National War College, but you went to National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies. But the good thing about Your Majesty is that they say that is where the mafias are. I don't know about that. I also want to recognize the lead paper presenter, Major General Mind TSS. His name is Eben, and you were good in your selection because you brought somebody who every present you a good paper. So you are welcome. With that, let me quickly go into our discussion. Remember that all I'm going to do is to set the pace. The papers and the discussion we are going to have throughout this period will be something that will help not only the university, not only Nigeria, but I think the whole world. And now that the aim and vision of your Vice Chancellor is to make it #1 university in Nigeria, then I think we have a lot to discuss together so that we can achieve that vision. Next, please. As part of introduction, I want to say, unlike other able people, I will not be able to present you any paper. But that is why I really wanted us to go through the PowerPoint so that we can think more than having a paper presented, because I was not honestly in position because of the short notice to produce a paper for this seminar. Well, the 9/11 changed everything and a lot of things in the world. Sometimes for the good part of it, but the other part for terrible things. You go to the airport, you're almost stripped naked because people want to be sure that you are safe and they are also safe. So 9/11 has changed so many things. And another very important event that has changed a lot of things in the world is the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1990. It actually brought a new shift, a paradigm shift in what security is all about. It now gets us to where we are talking about human security, which I will touch a little bit more in our discussion, and then physical, cyber security. And then the situation is changing. It's changing because there are so many non-state actors in the city. Next, please. And go to the next one. Globalization has brought a very wonderful thing. Quick transportation, communication is very easy. People can stay somewhere in any corner of the world by Zoom and join us in this conference. And then we have social media that are making things maybe good, bad, or ugly, it depends on the way you look at it. And then we have the copycat, what I call the copycat syndrome. People are now seeing on the live functioning of what is happening in other parts of the world. MSAT in Nigeria, and other things that are happening. And people begin to copy. Some copy them without even understanding the principle and the motive. And that is one of the challenges that we are going to face. But then the most important thing is that the world has changed and experts have said, and it is becoming clear that most of our challenges are not interstate challenges, but intrastate. And that is the challenges that we are facing and will continue to face. The only interstate and international thing that cut across borders today is terrorism and sickness. Either it is pandemic like what is forcing us to become Ojuju. My granddaughter called me, Grandpa, we are Ojuju. You are well masked. That is part of the thing that cut across boundaries. But other things, the insecurity and fighting are mostly internal. And where our continent is in the forefront, which we'll see a little bit later. So, no country is immune, or who would ever believe that they would be what we saw in America. People storming at the Capitol Hill. If somebody had told you that 10 years ago, would we ever believe it? But this is where we are today. The world is becoming protests raging all around the world, France, Lebanon, Venezuela, and Brazil, and all over the place. Next, please. Next. Yes, the map of the world. Look at that map. It shows the global conflict and the pattern. What is interesting is that the light color, whether it is maroon or red, whatever color you call it, it shows you states that are in war. And the war, as I stated, is internal. And you can see part of the state that is at war in Nigeria, our beloved country. We are at war. So, and then the other area you see the darker ones are featuring unorganized violence. So you can see what the world has turned into. And all those are 90% of them are internal. They are not external. So what does it mean? Is that to solve this problem, we have to look at it internally. Countries are busy protecting their national interests and vital resources. These players are protecting their national interests as the goal that should not be scored. But in the process, they are also protecting their vital resources. And that is what we won't try to do. But the world has shown it that it has become a global village. And therefore, because the world is a global village, what do we find? We find that you can't do it alone. You must do it with the cooperation of other people. Next. We are protecting our national interests and our vital resources. Next. Then, the world is filled with so many non-state actors. And they are also looking for space. And that adds into the insecurity we have. Next. I said I will talk a little bit about human security. There are some essential parts of human security, and that is the important today. Tech security is really it's good, it's nice, but the most important thing we want to progress is the human security. And the beginning is economic security. Are we able to ensure basic income and employment for our people? That's the question I wanted to discuss. The need papers and all the discussions that will take place here. Food security, basic food supply. with the challenges we have internally and in our country and in sub-Saharan Africa, are we able to have that food security, health security? Are our women, our mothers ready to go when they are ready to give birth? Do they have all the attention they require? If we are sick, do we really have where we can go and get the best treatment? Do we have good water supply? Do we live in a good environment? Do we have good health services? These are all the things about human security. And then the environmental security, prevention of pollution, whether air or water, deforestation. And that makes me, as I was driving from Enugu to Okaya yesterday, I think the forest I used to see when I was a young officer in the army, they have disappeared. We are cutting the wood and nobody is planting. The ones we are cutting were planted by Almighty. And we are not in position to replace them, but we are cutting. And that is why Sahara Desert is encroaching into our country. And that is where we have a lot of other challenges, which you in the university know better than I do. Then personal security. If we say that they will stop harassment of people, gender and domestic violence will reduce, child abuse, physical torture, ethnic tension. And I will tell you one thing, that ethnic tension is everywhere in this country and is also everywhere in sub-Saharan Africa. So, how about community security? One thing I'm proud that when I sat here and I saw the program, the breaking of color, and I hear everybody that people have not forgotten their culture, and that is part of community security. If you don't know where you are coming from, you will not know where you are going. Then political security, you know about the human rights, but the only major thing I want to talk about political security is that your vote count in most African countries. That is what I want to touch on political security. I'll leave it to all the discussions I'm going to have next. The major thing after human security, we have heard about the Millennium Development Goal. And now we have the Sustainable Development Goals. The MDG, that is the Millennium Development Goal, there are 8 of them. But MDG, the Sustainable Development Goal, there are 17 goals. The number of targets for MDG, there are 21. But for MDG, there are 169. And then the number of indicators, there are 60 in the MDG, and there are 232 in the MDG. The general scope is social in MDG, but in the MDG is economic growth, social inclusion, environmental protection. And the good thing about it is that MDG is produced by experts, MDG by experts, but MDG is by all the United Nations members, civil society, and other stakeholders, which make it our own. And that's why I'm glad that the faculty decided to talk on SDG and not MDG or human security, because SDG is supposed to be owned by the whole world. Next, please. So what is the aim of the little talk I'm going to have in the next 10, 15 minutes? Is just to give you a quick keynote to set the tune and hope to really awaken our lead presenters and others to talk about the security challenges and the achievement of sustainable development goals in Sub-Saharan Africa. There are 17 of them. I will just run through, just to remind you, because I know a lot of you know about 17. The goal number 1 You can read it up there. So all I would say is the yellow part. To end poverty, everyone should have a basic health care, security, and education. And I ask you a question. Do you think we have anything near to it? And the deadline is supposed to be 2030. And we are in 20. So we are only 9 years. Hopefully, when you are calling for this, will ginger you and other universities and other places in our continent to see how we push it to achieve that. Goal number 2, end hunger. While there is a survey that has shown that 1 in 9 people are undernourished in our continent, and hopefully, with people not being able to go to farm because of insecurity, how can we even end hunger? Goal 3. How many, if you check out the statistics of the number of infant mortality we have, you will know we still have a long way to go if we have to do it in the next 9 years. Goal 4. Education. Well, I'm in a university, and all of you know more about the challenges of education than I do. But you all know that in Nigeria alone, there are over 10, 12 million people, young people, who are right to go to school, but they are not in school. And that is going to be, that's the time bomb we are sowing. Next, goal 5, gender equality, which is the human rights. How really it is, I'm glad, as the chairman said, when you come to this part of the country, you see there is really a gender balancing. You will see that the women are even taking over. But those other parts of the country, not even in Sub-Saharan Africa, you will need a microscope to see if there is a lady in academic gathering. That is one of the challenges. Goal 6. How do you manage what you don't have? Water is luxury in so many parts of our continent and in Sub-Saharan Africa. I can tell you, because I served for 2 years plus in Darfur as the force commander, where I saw and we participate, and I saw with my eyes physically the cow, the human being, and everybody. I shared water from the same home. So in 9 years, can we provide enough water? That is the challenge. Next challenge 7 is energy. I think energy, all of us are running our own parts in our house. How many of you, even go to university, pay on public electricity and public water? These are the challenges. 8, employment, economic growth, is it there? 9, infrastructure. How long does it take you to drive from Enugu to Oka? Somebody say forever. 10, inequality among countries. I think it's another big story. 11, how safe are our cities? All of you here know better than I do. 12, waste. A sad aspect is that I see a lot of young people going into garbage to even clear the waste so that they can find something. That is the situation we are in. And we adjust in 9 years, it's a big question. Number 13, climate change. 14, well, if people are using our ocean, I think the pirates are using our ocean more than we, the owners of the ocean. 15x, we have talked about our desert, about our forests, and I've talked also about how the desert is encroaching. And then 16 talks about justice and sustainable development and inclusive institutions at all levels. Do we really have those inclusive institutions at all levels? And then the last, but not the least, is about how do we incorporate and implement that to have a world helping each other. So those are the 17 SDGs. So let me just ask a question. If you look at, I was reading something that struck me, that if you look at people in Nigeria alone who are living below $1.25 a day, they are over 90 million. To really have a feel is putting the population of South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, Mauritius, and all Swaziland. If you put all their population together, they are not up to the population of people in this country that are living on less than $1.5 a day. That's what the reality when we're talking about ending poverty. When we're talking about ending hunger, what type of land? All our farmers, 90% of our farmers are subsistence farmers. We have climate vulnerability. And the shocking thing is that our population is rising more than our food. It's also rising more than our economy. That's the dangerous thing. If we look at the issue of education, only 1.6% of our GDP is given to education. And we want to catch up with the world. And you know what? When I was growing up, if you say you are an illiterate, it means you cannot read and write. But today's world, and a lot of us who can read and write are still illiterate because we don't know computer. Some have not even known how to switch on the computer or off. Without IT, you are an illiterate. So how many illiterates do we have in this country? Very large number. And with an investment of only 1.6 of our GDP to education, we have a problem. And then we talk about gender balancing and everything. And our police really trained to understand when a woman says she has been raped. Are we really want to find in our culture when a husband beats his wife? You go to police station, they take two fighting. And then, when the woman gets up to give, even they go to court, and she's to give evidence, do you know she has to now justify how she wants the court to believe that she has been wrong, or that she has been beaten by her husband, not because of her fault. And then above all, if you are in Sharia compliant area, you have to bring 4 women to equal 1 man in any witness you are given. These are the dangers we have about gender balancing in our country. Next, please. Yes. I hope some of you have ever seen that. When you are talking about justice, the Nigerian justice system, Antelope was running like mad. Elephant asked, "Why are you running?" Antelope said, "They are arresting all goats." Elephant asked, he said, "But you are not a goat." Antelope said, "It will take 20 years to prove that in a Nigerian court." So that tells you more about justice. I will see even the elephant who is much bigger than the goat and join the running. Next, the conflict, the climate has brought a lot of conflict. And we don't really, because this is why I said the university had to play a leading role. There are a lot of conflict we have. For example, the Malian Civil War. Climate change has an effect on it. What is happening in northeastern part of Nigeria before it now has a war is the dryness of the chart because of climate change. The issue in Central African Republic is also the climate has a role to play. What is happening in Ethiopia is even fair. And also what is happening in Somalia. And in Darfur, I can tell you because I sat there for 2.5 years. Climate has a very big part to play and resource control. And part of what is happening in Nigeria was what I saw happening in Darfur. People trying to displace other people because the animals want land. The human being wants land. The animals are increasing. The human beings are increasing. But the land is not increasing. So we must learn a way to manage our land and our resources, or else we will be fighting and killing ourselves. Next, look at that map. It gives you a map of ethnic conflicts in Africa. There are very few blue areas. Some of them are blue because they are predominantly desert. Some of them are blue because some people have tried to do some little work to solve the problem. But these are conflicts you have in Africa. Next, what do I have to say? I say for a nation to have stability, development, it must perform and reduce threats in its national security by concentrating its effort in increasing human security, issue of governance, and above all, to ensure that each individual has opportunity and chooses to fulfill his or her own potential. Next, look at these two young children. One of them is he has been able to create his own comfort. If you really give this young child an opportunity, maybe he's a strategic leader in Nigeria, but without opportunity, he may end up becoming a gunpowder to carry a bomb and start killing people in photo parks. So, how much are we about the potential of our young ones? Next, the media. The media is there for you. I don't have what to say. You can use it negatively, you can use it positively. It depends on what you as individuals, what we as a country want. But trying to shut down the mouth of people will not. You know that the social media has come up to create virtually a level playing ground. Next, Maxwell said everything rises and falls on leadership. So that's why I'm going to conclude my statement on leadership, and that will be the end. What is the definition of leadership? Next. My take in those two definitions is my definition of a leader is a person who has ability to influence. If you are a leader of cooks, you have ability to influence them negatively. If you are a good leader, you have ability to influence people positively. Next. 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 So, because of my 40 years wearing military uniform, please forgive me, but I want to compare a leadership and command. And I found the best is from what I have on there. Next, that was said by General Eisenhower, who later on became president. And he said, by leadership, we need the act of getting people to do something that you want done because they want to do it all. They want to do it. Not because of your position of power and compel them to do it, or your position of authority. That is what leadership is all about. Next, a leader is somebody who people want to follow. A commander is someone who people have to follow. And I think most of our leaders are commanders. Yet we are electing them. And when the military comes to say, you don't want military. But most of our leaders are commanders. The number we want is what they want, but we voted into power. So because if you are a leader and you cannot see before and beyond and bigger than your followers, then you are not a leader. You must see before, beyond, and bigger than your followers. That's what leadership is all about. Next, you're going far above what I am. Go back, go here. Next. Next, please. Okay. I was making a mistake. I will find it somewhere. So let's go in what I wanted to find it. This is the most complicated subject in Africa. The separation of a man and his political seat. To remove a black man from political or positional power is the greatest social operation in Africa. And because of that, you now find out that instead of building a military that will protect and defend the nation, they build military and security that will protect those who you have elected. And those who go back and electing them are now forgotten. Next. So, we go about treating the symptom and we leave the real thing. What people start crossing the Mediterranean on boats, something will be persuaded. What people trek across the Sahara Desert, something will be persuaded. That somebody will leave his father and mother and start crossing desert by foot to go across the Mediterranean to go to Europe, something will be persuaded. When young people don't want to leave, don't want to graduate from university or leave NYSC camp because of unemployment, something is driving them to want to remain. And when you see people waiting on the street, it's a realization, something will happen. So, what do our leaders do? They trade the symptom. When these things are coming, people don't deal with them. Next, then insecurity comes. IPOC, Boko Haram, kidnapping, other farmers' crisis. Then we start putting our hands on our head and say they are problems. When the indicators we are playing with them. Then next, these people now come, the next one you have terrorism. You have, and what does terrorism do? Why does terrorism do that? It takes a long time to disappear. Just like killing onion, when you remove the first thing, you think, oh, you continue, you will not take the end. And then the eradication of the onion is the tier field experience. And that is the experience we are going through in Sub-Saharan Africa and in Nigeria. That's what will happen. IDPs, refugees. Somebody made me a good politician friend of mine. I met him in Abuja and said, "Where are you?" He said, "IDP camp." I said, "Your Excellency, you can't say you're an IDP camp." He said, "Yes, I'm an IDP camp because I cannot go back home." And I said, "What is IDP?" He said, "Internally displaced politicians." Because he cannot go home because of what he did when he was in office. Next, in conclusion, I have about us covering our political leaders, those in power, who spend money on elephant projects, white elephant projects, instead of development and development of society. We have been privileged and our leaders have abandoned the infrastructure and the critical sector and in shambles, whereby in Sub-Saharan Africa there are 70% of the population live below $1.25 a day. In the whole world, there are 57 million out-of-school children in the whole world. Sadly, 33 million of them are in Sub-Saharan Africa. With unemployment, with underemployment, with lack of opportunities, our countries in Sub-Saharan Africa have become terror networks, bandits, separatists, and everything that people there. And then the security of property. And we say ourselves. And then the violation, if we talk about violation of human rights, and if we say it doesn't exist in Africa, we have to pay another condition. So the climate change is there. This is one of the last things I want to show you when I will sit down. Move on. On, please. On. Move on.
Yeah.
Are you confident at all? Okay. To save time, this is the poster when I was reading about MSAT. It says the people, the power of the people is stronger than the people in power. And most of us Nigerians don't realize that the power of people is stronger than the people in power. The day we realize that, we then agree with Robert Numeracy that national security in a society is not military force, though it may involve it. Security is not traditional military activity, though it encompasses it. Security is not military hardware, though it may include it. Security is development, and without development, it can never be security. So security is fairness, equity, and inclusiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, believe you me, that was not an ordinary presentation. It shows the kind of person, the pedigree of the presenter. And we all know what it means to be a chief of defense staff in a country like Nigeria. So we've seen him, and we believe that he knows what he's doing. Gentlemen, we thank you very much. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. It's like we still have to go down with due respect. Yeah. And we move down again for the second presentation. With this kind of presentation, I believe that senators are interested by some people. So we thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, General former Chief of Defense Staff of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President, they are present. May I invite the lead paper presenter, another great man, Major General of Nigerian Army. He's going to present a paper, but before he comes out, may we grant me the grace, ladies and gentlemen, to call on the former director of Unity Business School, formerly in sciences, and currently a member of the University Council, Professor Statesman, to come up and present a citation on the paper presented.
Thank you very much. Professor Collins happens to be my son. I taught him in secondary school and I taught him in the university. And he's one of the professors that by the grace of God came through me. So thank you very much. I didn't want to comment on the keynote speakers paper, but the only thing that struck me was that he said it wasn't an academic thing. That the information came very late and therefore he put up something. And I was afraid because after that presentation, like Professor Collins said, we attracted. Honestly, because that was the goal. You gave us the goal, and if the write-up is done on that, it will be, an encyclopedia. So I bow. Thank you very much. And without wasting the time of a fellow Presbyterian that I've not met, yes, a fellow Presbyterian, I am privileged to present the citation. The chairman of this occasion, Lieutenant General Nigerian Armed Forces, they will be over Nigeria. Igwe Achieve, Abogudu. My dean said he is his father. So I won't call him my dean said he is his father. He is my friend. So it's only beautiful people that cluster around. He has so much to offer. Igwe will not. The keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Martin Luther Aguirre, retired. Also a former Chief of Defense Staff, Nigerian Army. The Vice Chancellor in absentia. And then the man standing before us. He was born 10th April 1960 and hails from Uguru, Horsa, the government area of the Wayne States. He's a lecturer in Nigerian Defense Academy University. before joining the Nigerian Army in 1984. He was commissioned into the Nigerian Army Infantry Corps after attending the DNA cadet training. He has gathered a lot of certificates over the years: Bachelor of Science, degree in Political Science from the University of Ibadan, Masters in Defense Studies from National University Dhaka, Bangladesh, Master of Science degree in International Relations and Strategic Studies, Benue State University, Makurdi, Master of Science degree in Strategic Studies, University of Ibadan. He has also, he did not stop here because of the quest to gather more. Major General Romani attended most infantry courses at junior command level and other courses within and outside Nigeria. A few courses judging Kaduna, junior command and staff course at judging Kaduna, and then company commander's course at the seminars. Senior command and staff course in Bangladesh, International Joint Operations Planning course in Red, UK, Civil Military Relations in Germany, National Defense College course Abuja, and 2004, European Union sponsors at Ankara, Abuja, and Cotonou, respectively. Academic research work includes North-South, economic relations, issue of transfer of technology, internal security operations in Nigeria, global warming, implications for environmental resuscitation in Nigeria, among many others. Major General Omar, retired, has also a lot of certificates, awards, and medals to his credit. The West African Certificate, Edition 1, AWGCE, Government A and Economics B, BSc Whole Science Second Class Honors Upper Division, 4 Service Stars FSS, Meritorious Service Stars NSS, Distinguished Service Star ESS, a lot, Nigerian Army Purple Heart, NFPH, Commendation Award was Past College, DAGA, ESC course, Fellow Defense College, FAC, Chief of Defense Staff Award, NAC, 2009, and awarded a doctorate degree honor course by Body State University. His work experience spans from 1990 to June 2021, starting from being company commander of ECOMOG in Liberia 1990 to 1991, company commander of ECOMOG in Liberia again, that is 1990 to 1994, commander of River State Internal Security Task Force, 1995 to 1999. Directing staff in Armed Forces Commander and Staff Discharge, 2001 to 2003. General Staff Officer Grade 1 Operations, 2003 to 2004. Commanding Officers 22, Troop Battalion, 2004 to 2006. Colonel General Staff of Headquarters 81 Division, 2006, the same day, February to May. Commander Operations Restore Group, May 2006 to September 2008. Participant in National Defense College 2008 to 2009. Chief Instructor of Tactics, Wing of NSC Law Infantry, August 2009 to November 2009. Directing Staff, National Defense College, November 2009 to March 2010. Commanded 4 Brigade Nigerian Army, 2010 to 2012. General Officer Commanding 81 Division Nigerian Army, 2012 to 2013. Director of Administration, Defense Headquarters, March 2013 to July 2014. Retired from service in July 2014. Please, a round of applause. No rest, continuous. It is quite commendable. And then he went on, because not everybody that is retired is tired. In 2019 till date, is the President General Ndibo in Lagos. From that date also to date, he is Chief Consultant on Security to Ebonyi State Government. No wonder it is here to let us bask in his knowledge. Chairman Southeast Security Committee, appointed by Southeast Governors for 2019 to June 2021. I must say that this is very commendable, very commendable. His hobbies and interests are reading, golf, swimming, jogging, and listening to gospel music. Thank God. Chairman, sir, may I present to you his rare, untiring, indefatigable personnel, both served in the army and today is every servant as a civilian, if I may say that, for the presentation of as the keynote speaker. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm proud to have you here and consider it. Thank you very much. And most of you will not envy my position. When you are in the midst of your bosses, not just ordinary bosses, but bosses that tower over and above you. You should clap for me for my shame. I was scared to those who could sing it and those who could not. Some people have failed interview because of nationality. I found out that those people who were protected from that discovery, they wore their mask. If you wear a mask, nobody knows whether you know how to say it or not. In the church, if you wear a mask and are singing a song you do not know, but
but at least this has positive aspects. And I think it's right about General Alex Ogomodia, I come with 23. The Vice Chancellor I recognize that person or him in appreciation. The special guests who have just mesmerized us with this presentation. I think I should just bow and go, because even some of my conceptual clarifications, it took them from me. And they're all the media speakers. If I was here to preach, I would say the 50 to my notes. And I also want to respect the Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences, Professor Lillian Rowe, the young professor. I am pleased and honored to be invited to this place. Sorry, I've skipped the achievement. It's a together. I want to appreciate you for making it possible for me to come. My paper is a 27-page paper. It's not possible that I read more. So, in military parlance, I'm a frog, so that I won't keep you there for an hour. Our topic is, I don't know when I did it. Our topic is security challenges and achievements of sustainable development in sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa is a region of 48 countries geographically located below the Sahara Desert. It does not include countries like Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, and Tunisia that are seen as traditional Arab countries. The region has a population of about 1 billion, with hundreds of ethnic groups and more than 1,000 languages. Over the past few decades, it has been recorded that some developing countries have increased their per capita income, but the standard of living in sub-Saharan Africa has dropped even lower. The majority of its population are rural dwellers with more than half living in extreme poverty. Sub-Saharan Africa is home to diversities of insecurity, such as terrorism, insurgency, ethnic and religious tensions, extreme poverty, bad governance, lack of access to opportunities, etc. Many South African countries, such as Burkina Faso, Mali, Mozambique, and Nigeria, had little or no terrorist threats at the start of the decade. They are now facing severe terrorist activities and insurgencies. So, we are also faced with bandage. And in the case of Nigerian
efficiency, calling for Aisha Kule, Yusuf Bagaye, and allowing family passengers of air transport to Abuja, please board aircraft at gate seat, calling on Aisha Kule, Yusuf Bagaye, and allowing family passengers on air transport to Abuja, please board aircraft at gate seat. Thank you.
Protect the planet and ensure prosperity.
Section C, Mark A by BN 161 today is proposing asking for Mark A by BN 161 today is proposing
of sustainable development goals in sub-Saharan Africa. Firstly, we will try to clarify two variables. Then we will look at sustainable development goals in sub-Saharan Africa so far. Furthermore, security challenges and their implications for sustainable development goals in sub-Saharan Africa will be discussed. Finally, we will look at ways to mitigate the insecurity situation in order to enhance achievement of the sustainable development goals in sub-Saharan Africa. Let's start with conceptual clarification. For each of understanding, we are going to look at two variables: security and sustainable development goals, starting with security. Robert McNamara, one-time Secretary of Defense of the United States, he was trying to establish the nexus between security and development. And there are one putting it perfectly. In his postulation, he said that development means security, and security means development. And he further said, without security, there can be no development. And without development, there can be no security. So, which means that a nexus is fully established. Rose, another expert, he agreed with the position of McNamara. And he said that security is relative freedom and freedom from harm. Any type of harm. So the harmful threat involves poverty, insurgency, and even war. Additionally, Barry agreed. He further it by saying that there are other dimensions of security, such as economic, political, social, and environmental security, along with military security. Security also extends beyond the range to cover groups or individuals who feel threatened. Therefore, security involves not only the protection of the territorial integrity of a nation, but upholding and enhancing the well-being of the people, coming within the jurisdiction of the states as well as military security. Hence, security and development are related and play a central role in the process of national growth and societal development. In the entire presentation, we are going to use the word security in the light of this clarification that has been made. The next one, the next variable is sustainable development goals. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals also provide program of action aimed at achieving the on the planets for 2023. I will not go into this because General Hawaii dealt with every bit of the 17-point program agenda. I'm sure it's on the slide. Now the sustainable development goals are integrated because action in one area will affect outcome in other areas. The sustainable development goals are designed to end poverty, hunger, AIDS, and discrimination against women and girls. And a look at review of sustainable development goals in sub-Saharan Africa. Let's see how these sustainable development goals has fared so far from 2015 to date. Since the launch of sustainable development goals in 2015, a number of countries across the globe, especially developed countries, have identified with the vision. For instance, communities in the United States have made the global goal framework a local agenda. From students to CEOs, to city halls, to capital of industries, they have adopted these sustainable development goals. Assessing the impact of sustainable development goals so far in sub-Saharan Africa, Overseas Development Institute observed that for several of these sustainable development goals and targets, there are no starting points and widening inequality that exists within the population of the various countries. In another assessment, Global Survey 2017 observed that the absolute rate of maternal mortality, that is rate as deaths per 100,000. It is still very high. For South Sudan, it is 1,150 deaths per 100,000. And for Chad, 1,140. Nigeria, 917. Liberia, 661. Mali, 562. But I was thinking that Nigeria will be the Three deaths. In Mali, deaths from terrorist attacks increased from only that in 2009 to 592 in 2019. Further south in the region, Mozambique has also recorded a significant escalation in terrorist violence, which resulted in increased terror attacks and deaths. From 1 in 2012 to 319 in 2019. Coming back home, Boko Haram, officially known as Jamaat al-Sunnah Dawal wa Jihad, is a terrorist organization based in the northeastern part of Nigeria, which is also active in Chad and Niger and northern part of Cameroon. Boko Haram insurgency began in July 2009 when the jihadist group started an armed rebellion against Nigerian nation. The terrorist group has displaced many from their indigenous communities and currently occupy a large chunk of land in land of Nigerian territory. The terrorist group has displaced, yes, on the night of 14/15 of April 2014, the terrorist group kidnapped 276 school children in a sleepy town of Chibok. 57 of them jumped out of the moving vehicle that they tucked them into. On 8 January 2015, Boko Haram attacked a town called Baga, also in the northeast. And it was recorded that 200 people died in the terrorist attack, and 2,000 people could not be accounted for. In 2016, Boko Haram split into two groups, giving birth to ISWAP, that is Islam States of West Africa province. More recently, foreign Fulani hostile bandits invaded Nigeria from northwest axis, thereby complicating the security in the country.
the spate of attack and kidnapping of large number of students from schools and also traditional rulers and travelers has spread across the nation and has since increased in frequency in the country. Nigeria has become a killing field. There is no day that will pass without a record of death in various parts.
United Nigeria Alliance
arising from insurgency, terrorism, criminalities, and what is bandits from the northwest axis of this nation. And the threat is mainly in northeast, northwest, and north central. And if you think you that is in the south that is not still affected in the same nation, if you think you are free, you can go to bed, I think it will be height of self-deceit. In the early hours of 24th August, I'm talking of last month, these bandits or terrorists, they went into Nigerian Defense Academy. I'm talking about Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna. They killed 2 officers in their residential accommodation and they abducted 1. Now, let me tell you why this is critical and worrisome. How did they identify the officers' accommodation? How did they enter Nigerian Defense Academy unopposed and operated throughout without someone alerting the security? Is it that NDA is no longer defending? Is it that there was a compromise, a security breach? Now, the effect of terrorism and insurgency on sub-Saharan Africa are that the sub-region is grossly insecure and unstable, just like Nigeria. The insurgency situation discourages foreign and local investors, and to the contrary, encourages capital flight and brain drain. A friend of mine who came from Lagos, because we in Igbo Lagos have been carrying out campaign on Akuru Uno. We have held roundtable conferences, and we have talked to our industrialists in Lagos to come up and invest. One of them who responded positively called me the other day. He said, "All these you people pushed us into this thing. Now see what IPOD is doing. That their businesses are being ruined. That this citizen, he was just talking as if I was the commander of IPOD. But there are things that can be done if only our leaders will listen. I think we can deal with that problem, and pretty well. Additionally, the resources that should be channeled towards socio-economic and infrastructure development that could impact the well-being of the people are channeled towards resolving the security challenges. I stumbled into one picture. When I was preparing this, the PowerPoint, I looked for that picture, I didn't see it. What's the picture all about? It's like a conference hall where all ministries were represented in a country at war. They were all on their various tables waiting for allocation. But all the people responsible for revenue collection, they were bringing all the revenues to the table where the war commander was. So all other sectors were being starved of funds in order to sponsor war efforts. And that is what is happening in virtually the entire sub-Saharan African countries. So much resources are going into war or conflict resolution efforts. Now, let us move on to weakened security sector. I think, and I'm sure that the senior officers here will agree, and many of us will agree, that our security sector institutions are now weaker than they used to be. In a protracted armed conflict, the security sector is more often than not weakened and compromised, especially in a country where there is bad governance. A number of sub-Saharan African countries have been facing armed conflicts and bad governance for over 10 years. In this context, weakened security sector will be discussed here with particular reference to Nigeria. Nigerian armed forces have been engaged in counter-terrorist operations since 2009. The Nigerian army has suffered a high rate of fatalities and also injuries that have depleted the number of well-trained forces. I remember with nostalgia a number of officers and soldiers close to me who have died in Northeast and also in Northwest. The implication is that we now face hurried recruitment and hurried training of civilians and inject them into theater of war, only for them not to stand as a result of possible fear. The terrorists who are battle-tested and time-proven as great fighters in roughest situation. The other perspective, and that is why in some cases our soldiers embark on uncontrolled withdrawal.
I'm in now. Yeah, I just logged into the conference.
And also suffering a lot of casualties.
Yes.
The other perspective.
Okay, no problem.
Concerning uncontrolled
Already in. I've seen the people speaking. Okay.
From adversaries in the battlefront.
Okay, thanks.
Is lack of appropriate and adequate armament, lack of enough fire support from ground and air, lack of adequate logistics backup, and in some cases, issue of ineffective command and control. Worse still, there are strong evidences and salutary pointers to the fact that the terrorists and bandits have infiltrated the ranks of the military and some well-placed Nigerians, including politicians. Such unpatriotic and disloyal Nigerians give timely intelligence to the adversaries, thereby compromising the security of personnel and operations. This looks more like a strategic agenda when you consider that Boko Haram, those who say they are repentant Boko Haram, are demobilized and rehabilitated by injecting them into the armed forces. Now, if you compare this situation with what happened in Afghanistan, Nigeria has a lesson to draw from it. Afghanistan has 400,000 American trained soldiers, and they have sophisticated equipment, all manners. And the Taliban, their total strength, the strength of their forces, is only 70,000, poorly equipped. Now tell me, how is it that these Taliban, moving in 3 fronts, entered Kabul unopposed? There was compromise. What it means is that those people that were recruited into the Afghanistan forces were Taliban. So when the signal was given, all of them put their weapons on state of safe. Nobody fired. And the Taliban that came in, none of them fired at the soldiers. The soldiers did not fire at them. They took over the entire nation. That is, why is it that there are some armed persons in forest reserves across the nation of this country, and we have armed forces we are not describing them as real problem for our security, and we are not targeting them? The other day I was watching something in Plateau State when the youths now moved into the bush. They shot a number of such people, armed, and they were young men. I think Nigeria has to wake up as a nation. That's why I told you, don't sleep with your 2 eyes closed. Don't feel that it's happening a little bit far off. You may not know what is in the jungle. The other critical issue is the rivalry among the various agencies of the security sector. Are there rivalries? Yes. Now, if you check, you find out that the senior officers will agree with me that the best approach to this war against security is joint operation commanded by Chief of Defense Staff. That is the way it's done all over the world. But today, the army is doing its own business, the Air Force is doing its own business, and they are not even dedicated aircraft to support the soldiers in the front line. So which means that the Chief of Air Staff could send air support at his whims and caprices. That is absolutely nonsense. That's absurd. I think this war, we can win it by the way we approach the coordination and cooperation. Additionally, the security sector has become so politicized that the loyalty of the leadership is not to the Constitution, but to the Commander-in-Chief. And President is wrong. It is contrary to the parchment, to the oath sworn by an officer on commission, and it is contrary to the parchment of commission that was signed by every officer on commission. Loyalty is principally to the Constitution. That is why the American president cannot wake up and give illegal or any manner of uncoordinated and unverified orders to the armed forces, to the Joint Chief of Staff. He will not take it, and he will not act on it. It is wrong for our chiefs, security chiefs, to be jumping at every order that comes. I'm not saying there can be no loyalty. Yes, there must be loyalty to the Commander-in-Chief. But first, to the Constitution. The loyalty to the Constitution moderates all other loyalties. Let's look at ethnic and religious tensions. Sub-Saharan African region is largely dominated by heterogeneous ethnic nationalities that are mainly Christians and Muslims. More often than not, okay, I have to really do some triple jumps. Okay, but of course, we know the problem with ethnic and religious tensions in Nigeria. It is rather very, very pathetic. And I will not spend time on corruption and crisis of democracy. These things are in the notes. There will be no time to go through all. But I want to say that the Corruption Perception Index presents largely gloomy pictures for sub-Saharan Africa. Only 8 countries scored more than 43% on the index. Seychelles scored 66%, followed by Botswana and Confernce that scored 60 and 58% respectively. Nigeria scored 25%. I'm saying 25%. If your child returns from school with 25%, I'm sure cane will talk. So who are you going to cane this time around? Sub-Saharan African countries, they are riddled with weak institutions and semi-authoritarian leaders, civil strife, and unresponsive political system. Barack Obama said when he visited Ghana in 2009, he said the problem with Africa is that Africa has strong personalities and weak institutions. And you can see strong personalities all over the places. Like General White pointed out, our politicians are commanders, not leaders. So they cannot allow institutions to stand and discharge their constitutional responsibilities. My slide operator, you can go to 46, slide 46. I want to bring out the allegory of bad government and good government as painted by Ambrogio Lorenzetti. And that was in 1338, 1339. If you look at the slide, can you go to the slide? You will find, can you go to slide 47, please? You'll find the first one, good government. You find semblance of joy, say, ambience around that painting, typifying a country of good government. Now compare it with the next one, bad government. You will see Satan. You can see Satan there. You can see devils there. You can see somewhere down, someone with cane, caning another person. That is typical orientation, typical thing you see in any country where there is bad government. Let me move to ways of ensuring achievement of sustainable development. Slide 51, please. I said, in Nigeria, the government has decided to adopt the kinetic option. Just to fire, boom, boom. That cannot solve the problem. There must be what is called multiple lines of operations, which will include the kinetic option, of course. It will include diplomacy, it will include economic, it will include action that will ease ethnic and religious tension, it will stop nepotism, marginalization. All those must be part of the lines of operation that will stop conflict in sub-Saharan Africa, and especially Nigeria. And as we go on, let's just move straight to security sector reform. 59, slide 59. The reform of the security sector is crucial for several reasons. The order can only be guaranteed when the institutions constitutionally responsible for this security embark on reform to enhance their capacity. Furthermore, these institutions, such as the military, police, and other security-related establishments, which previously were involved in creating the problem that negatively impacted the stability and stalled development in the country, need transformation. Now, the following measures could be taken in the security sector reform. Security sector reform will establish, can you put it on the slide? Slide 61 and subsequently 62, you can view it there. And if you ask any question on an area I feel should be reformed, is the intelligence community. If you ask questions on why intelligence security should be reformed, there will be very good explanation. It's contained in the paper, but there will be no time to go through it. I am doing frog jump now. Now, national orientation and ethnic and religious peaceful coexistence and tolerance. Now, our president rightly said that it belongs to nobody. He said, I belong to all and I belong to nobody. But that should be seen actually from his body movements, actions and inactions, as in the case of Kagame of Rwanda. So, for national orientation on issues that will reduce ethnic tension, the president that talks about ethnic cohesion and religious tolerance must walk the talk. And there is a legal provision that is also required. In Rwanda, you just cannot make any fuss about your ethnicity. It is banned. There is a provision in law that not in any form or anything like that, identity card, nothing you have should disidentify where you are from, except by reason of your name. And if someone begins to ask you, one man was asked, and he said, there is no ethnicity here. We are all Rwandans. Can you imagine if that is the slogan in Nigeria? There is no ethnicity in Nigeria. We are all Nigerians. But Nigeria has been completely marooned by ethnicity and religious identity. If we can do like Rwanda, I am sure Nigeria's situation will change overnight. There should be total war against corruption. Everybody can talk about that. Then we can do that through creating anti-corruption agencies. We can also, but let me tell you, some people say that these anti-corruption agencies are nothing but sham. And some people said that Buhari came up with a resolve to fight corruption. But some people have pointed out, why is it that those people that have very strong corruption cases in the FCC, that they were dropped when they changed party to the ruling party? those in government, none of them has ever been accused of corruption. Only the opposition. If we want to fight corruption, we must be very sincere about it. There is a critical case that took place in Kenya. That's when the agency discovered that $1 billion was stolen through fictitious contracts. And the chairman of the agency made moves to prosecute. The Attorney General blocked him. British government made moves to investigate. Attorney General blocked him. Was it possible for Attorney General to block without their president? No. And that is why people are not very comfortable with these anti-corruption agencies. Now, reducing dependence on foreign aid. If you collect foreign aid, the loyalty and accountability of the president that collected it will be to the donor nations and not to the citizens. Therefore, loyalty is removed from citizens to foreign countries. So that is why Kagame said he is looking seriously at stopping anything foreign aid to his country. And I think Nigeria should do something like that. In conclusion, I want to say that sub-Saharan Africa is a region that is immersed with a lot of security challenges. And based on the security challenges itemized, there is little or no hope that Nigeria, and indeed the entire sub-Saharan African countries, will achieve the required benefits from sustainable development goals. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We thank His Royal Majesty. Thank you so much for coming. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, believe you me, there is what we may call military conspiracy here, because all these military officers are just challenging our, trespassing into our, and they're doing it very, very well. So it shows the level at which they are operating. So we appreciate your resourcefulness. When the chairman spoke, it was something else. And when General Aguay spoke, something else. And Major General Umahi just, did it again. So please, let us appreciate them. Let us appreciate them. Of course, when Major General Umahi was talking about the NDA, something I was just trying to reflect, I went to Zaria. For those of you that never, knew that I was let me say, I'm an aborted military officer, aborted. You see, I went to Zaria, and I watched what was happening there. I stayed for about 5 days. I jumped the fence and then I came back home, Yes, and you see, that is, by the way, it is not easy. So we appreciate you, and it shows the nature of our current military, arrangements, where we have educated people, enlightened people, seasoned people like these gentlemen. And believe you me, when they were chiefs of defense staff, what happened in NDA wouldn't have, if they were still there anyway, because I know the stuff they are made of. Because NDA issue is really an embarrassment. Be that as it may, we have to move on. We have to move on. We have another lead presenter, paper presenter, He will be talking from his base in the United States of America. So he's already online, and I would like to join. I don't know if it's already there, so that we can join from here, or he will join us from there, whichever way, and he's going to speak for just a few minutes. He's Professor Robert Didier. He is of the university, Port Valley State University, United States of America. So he'll be talking to us in just a few minutes. So please let somebody get us connected. Music, please. Thank you. Please, as we wait for the next presenter, please may I inform all participants that tomorrow's program or presentations have been shifted to Friday. So all the presentations tomorrow have been shifted to Friday. And it will give you more time to prepare, to organize, and adapt. Thank you very much for your understanding. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Yes, I can see I'm already connected. I've been connected for about 20 minutes now. I can see the crowd. My photo is on the screen. All you need to do is just connect me. Yeah, okay. Let me unmute my.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have just been joined by Professor Robert Didier, all the way from the United States of America. Prof, we welcome you to the conference.
Thank you.
Please, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
His volume, please.
Can you hear me?
the voice, please.
Can you hear me?
He's hearing us, but we are not hearing him. Whichever way, we're going to make it very snappy, having waited all along.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
It's going to be a very short discussion.
Can you hear me?
Presentation so that we can move ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you give me your ears? It's either we close now and go, or you want us to keep listening to noise. I read electronics, and noise is unwanted signal. We don't want noise, so please, let's listen to the gentleman who wants to talk to us from America. I beg you, otherwise, I'll be forced to leave. I'm going back to Delta this afternoon. So please, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so we are still waiting. The picture is very clear, but the voice is not there.
So can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
we're just trying to connect.
Can you mute your speaker there if you have it? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Okay. So I can go ahead then.
All right, continue.
Can I go ahead now?
Now.
Can you hear us? I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
It's network. So
I can hear you.
When I got
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, Prof. We are waiting. Can you talk now?
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you now.
Okay, great. Okay, let's do the introduction and I can go ahead.
So you can now speak, but we wish to appeal to you to make it, little snappy so as to, help us, end where we're supposed to. Because some of our guests will be traveling this afternoon, so we're expecting a very brief presentation from you. Thank you, sir.
Like how many minutes?
For all
Like,
the inconvenience.
how many minutes? How many minutes? How many minutes? So how many minutes do you want me to speak? Hello?
Hi. We are hearing you now.
How many minutes do you want me to speak?
So 10 minutes will be okay, sir.
You allow me to spend all this time, weeks, to prepare a speech just to talk for 10 minutes? I don't understand how we operate in Nigeria. Anyway, let somebody introduce me and now I'll continue. Are you ready to introduce me so I can start? Hello?
Prof, you can speak because I hear you. You can start speaking.
Is somebody not going to introduce me first? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, God.
No. I have to go.
That's true. I think that the organizers go well to get a soft copy of his lecture and then apologize to him in a way that we'll understand, because it is not easy for one to prepare a lecture like this only to be frustrated by this kind of technical features. It's really a pity, and we don't need to wait forever. Yes. I think that with the permission of the Dean, that we can move on because some of our guests will be traveling today. So I don't know if it's connected back. If not,
I'm connected. I'm connected. I'm here. I've been waiting for you.
Okay, Prof, you have the floor now.
Aren't you going to introduce me?
We've done the introduction severally.
Anyway, I guess this is different at Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Can you hear me? Okay. I thought you would have apologized for wasting my time, waiting for more than an hour to be connected to your system. That's not, I have work to do here. I'm a president of a university. You remember that? I have work to do here. And you waste my time. I have canceled most of my meetings, and you just want me to speak without apologizing for wasting my time? I mean, that's not true. Anyway,
please.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Robert Dibia. I'm the Associate Vice President here at Fort Valley State University in the United States. And I'm a distinguished professor of public policy analysis. Nigeria is a country in West Africa with an estimated population of over 210 million people. And according to the United Nations Human Development Index, in 2020, there are about 45.5% of the population of Nigeria are Muslims, while 55.5% are Christian. I want to say a lot has been said about Boko Haram and herdsmen and Fulani and all those things. I'm going to skip that rather than I'll just go straight to what is missing in the literature. Nigeria has a secular system of government where ethnicity and religion are treated equally. However, whenever our leaders are elected, they tend to manipulate the federal government to suit their own ethnic group or religious affiliation. Nigeria's economy is the biggest in Africa, and the petroleum sector accounts for roughly half of the state revenue and large share of the foreign exchange earning. Those service, agriculture, manufacturing together employ much larger segment of the labor force and contribute most of the nation's GDP, that's gross domestic product. With the endowed wealth of natural resources and human resources that God has bestowed in Nigeria, it will take Nigeria to develop Nigeria. Depending on the United States, the United Kingdom, and China, is a waste of resources and a platform for this dependency trap. According to various analysts, Nigeria's economy continues to underperform. Infrastructural gap, policy uncertainty, chronic power storage shortage, many years of underinvestment in education have impeded productivity. Long-standing government intervention measures such as fuel subsidy, foreign exchange control, import restriction, tax exemption have created market distortion, eroded state finances, and enabled theft. It is as a result of the oil administration and high on non-compliance, Nigeria is one of the world's lowest ratio of tax revenue to GDP. Many people don't pay taxes in Nigeria. The picture I'm trying to portray here is that the security trap in Nigeria is not because of one group trying to subdue the other group. The security issue in Nigeria is that the economy is not doing well, and there have been policies that have not been properly implemented. And if everybody was well off, the economy will not be having the issue we have today in respect of security. So what I'm trying to say here is that, for instance, the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021 was signed by President Buhari, and it's been classified as anti-delta legislation of policy in the history, the worst anti-delta policy in Nigeria since 1960. The new Petroleum Industrial Act mandated allocation of 30% of Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation profit in favor of the North, while only 3% was appropriated for the Niger Delta, the oil-producing state. So it begins to wonder, why are we just quiet and looking for a miracle to happen? We're right there under our nose. Some group of people are manipulating the nation's economy in their favor. It will be recalled that the 3 refineries in Warri, Port Harcourt, and Kaduna has been done for a long time, and we spend more than $10 billion to service what is not working. What about all the engineers we've produced since 1960? Can't they deploy them to fix the problem? Do you know how South Korea became an industrialized country today? After the North and South War, which was resolved in the 1960s, they invited all their expats back home, paid them the salary they were receiving abroad, and they put their act together and start building their nation. The first goal was to try and make South Korea like Japan, and they've strived for a very long time. So these are the type of things we see. Decade of oil spillage, pollution, and all those things in the Niger Delta has really made that country not to be a productive country anymore in respect of petroleum. What we're doing is like me coming to your house, take your suit, dry clean it, and sell it back to you. That's what people are doing. Take our crude oil, refine it in Europe or America, and sell it back to Nigeria. And we just watch and look, because a few Nigerians are gaining from that trade, whereas the majority of the population are suffering. Graduates don't have jobs, yet few people are sitting on billions, and these billions are invested in foreign countries rather than Nigeria. So it wonders me that we have a convoluted chain of commands too in the military and the police force. Each time I visit Nigeria and there are issues, I talk to the DPO. The DPO will say, oh, we have to call the Commissioner of Police. Commissioner of Police will say they want to call the Inspector General of Police. By the time we hear back from the Inspector General of Police, especially incident of herdsmen destroying farms, those people have destroyed the property of the poor farmers and getting away with it. So those type of chain of command is really creating a lot of problem in the country. So because of time, I just want to go straight to the point. I'll make some recommendations. So religion has really created a lot of problem, this Boko Haram. One thing I want to say about the military, and our previous speaker said that what has happened in Afghanistan, our military has also been messed up badly. How can 3,000 or 4,000 Boko Haram soldiers capture that country where we have almost 350,000 Nigerian army in the 3 branches of the army, military, navy, and air force? We cannot address the Boko Haram thing. So, you know, the Shibu girls and all those things that has happened, and the highest men, kidnapping is going up. Poverty is what is making this kidnapping to prevail. What are we doing? Rather, we are building train railway from Nigeria to Niger Republic. Whereas the busiest roads in Nigeria, from Lagos to Port Harcourt through the eastern region, and from Lagos to maybe Kaduna, and from Port Harcourt to Kaduna, like it used to be, those things are not working. Why? We don't have good leaders. Good leaders is the problem. We have leaders who are committed to self-aggrandizement. Socrates argued that what is a good life? A good life is when everybody around you is well off. A good life is not when only a few people just capture the wealth of a nation and they think they are living a good life. I mean, there's a common saying when I was growing up in Nigeria that the rich cannot move around because they cannot have rest of mind because the poor are awake. Yes, the poor are awake, and this has escalated to Boko Haram, kidnapping, heistmen. How come? I remember too, if probably some of you don't know me, my father was Assistant Commissioner of Police in Western Region. So I grew up in a law enforcement office. He was also a DPO at Enugu. I started primary school at Enugu. Let me tell you this. When you have to get a gun in those days, but double barrel, you have to have permission to carry that gun. Now we have AK-7 all over the country. How did those people get the AK-7? What war are they fighting? What is our Nigerian army doing? What is the police doing to make sure they restrict those things? So all these are the problems we have in Nigeria in a nutshell. We don't have law enforcement officers, army and police, who are committed to the Constitution of Nigeria. Rather, we have people who are doing rank and dede to their superior, to the president and other ministers of the country. That is not how we can have a law-abiding country. So if we are serious, those are the things we're going to look at. But let me talk about sustainable development. Sustainable development goal entails achieving a better and more sustaining future for all people in the world by 2030. So let's focus in about Nigeria. If we want sustainable development in Nigeria, that means we have to make sure the resources are shared in such a way that the common man in Nigeria has the resources to benefit. Electricity, good roads, good education, good health system. That's all what Nigeria needs. That will spur industries and all those, the private sector to grow. It is the private sector that makes a country's economy buoyant, not the federal government or the state government. Until we realize that, we will still be underdeveloped. Now look at ethical values. Ethics is used in this paper refers to the capacity to choose among good and bad values. What is just or unjust? Because we heard a lot about corruption, and the problem about corruption is that, do people know what is right or wrong? Do people know what is just or unjust? How can you deprive your neighbor their life earning in order for you to have a big house? Or sometimes buy houses in America, buy houses in Europe that you cannot live in. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you this question? How many houses can you live in? How many televisions can you watch? How many cars can you drive in? How many wives can you have? Don't tell me you want to be like Fela Ransom Kuti. Then I'll say you are crazy. So you cannot live your life with all these vanities. It is our leaders' embedded characteristics in respect of vanities, houses, cars, properties that are not necessary to live a good life. That is what has created security problem in the country. Those are the things we need to start addressing. Another issue is that leaders are not committed. We don't have leaders in Nigeria. I'm sorry to say. If we have, just very few of them. We do not have good leaders in Nigeria. This problem of security problem is because our leaders have not played a very active role in providing security in that country. And I mean, I don't want to blame President Buhari alone, but he's the leader of the country. He will have mobilized the police force and the military to make sure they provide security in the country. Now they are playing game. People are destroying farms, shooting innocent farmers. There's no police, no soldier will do that. But when people protest, all of a sudden, NSAS, they brought soldiers and police to shoot innocent students who were carrying the Nigerian flag, national flag. How can you define, what do you define patriotism? So those are kind of things you rather will protect people with AK-7, but shoot people who are singing the national anthem, holding the national flag. What kind of country do we have? So security predicament here is boiled down to self-aggrandizement. We are so selfish, our leaders are so selfish that they don't want to distribute the economy to such a way that everybody can benefit from it. They just keep the money to themselves. And when you come to America, you go to Europe, do the European countries do the same thing? Why do you want to go and celebrate your birthday in Dubai? If the Dubai people do not build their country, will you have a place to go? Dubai came to borrow money from Nigeria in the 1970s. Now we are going there to enjoy what they use our money to do. Why can't we do the same thing in Nigeria? So those are the type of things we're looking at. The 1999 Constitution is a facade. It has created a lot of problems in that country. And our leaders have not made any attempt to amend that Constitution. Let me tell you something. More states are created in the north, more local governments are created in the north. So they have more representatives in the National Assembly. So when votes about issues of sharing resources comes, our northern brothers and sisters will vote in favor of that. So they have majority on the vote. Those people from the south, you can never have your way. The northerners are very smart. They are smarter than the people from the south. Why can't we change the Constitution? Why are we just looking out there? So I would like to say this. People don't like to hear that. Don't blame Buhari. If we have challenged the authority and when we had Southerners who are president, we have amended that Constitution, things will not be the way it is now. We don't have justice. You see, Buhari, what he has done, all the security chiefs, INEC are all Northerners. What do you have to say about it? When I was growing up in Nigeria, it was quota system. We don't have any quota system anymore. Now they arm all their people and we're looking, we're watching, we are more interested in the money in our bank, foreign bank account. They are selling our lands. It's just like Ali Mazuru will say, they brought the Bible, the Europeans brought the Bible, we should hold the Bible and pray. And by the time we open our eyes, they've taken all our lands. The same thing. By the time we have all money in Europe and America, we think we are living life. What happened? One group of people have taken all our lands. We don't have in Nigeria anymore. We are slaves in Nigeria, in our own country, in our own motherland, because we have selfish leaders from South who cannot stand up for what is right. So that is the dilemma we have in that country. Because of time, I'm just going to focus on my recommendation. The solution to security challenges on unethical behavior in Nigeria is boiled down to certain characteristics. The faith-based group are busy preaching about miracles that will come from somewhere without encouraging hard work, without making that country to be a production-oriented nation. We have to amend the constitution, like I mentioned. Then, if the current Nigeria is not working, why can't we restructure Nigeria and divide it into smaller nations? Now, this is one point I want to say. The British people, the 1914 amalgamation, they brought North and South Nigeria together. They have been exploiting that country. But guess what? Britain wants us to be united. Why did the United Kingdom move out from the European Union? Why do they? Can't we ask them question? Why do you want us to remain one and we have all this problem, but you cannot stay with the European Union? So that is the issue we continue to ask those people who are interfering in the Nigerian system. Now, what we had to know that we had to ensure governance, shared governance. Governance is not from the top, governance is from the bottom. All of us had to govern that country. It's very, very important. Another point we need to make here is that we had to also make sure that our religious leaders are creating too much problem in the country. And we need to really find a way to check their activities. Nigeria is a federal government under a constitution and not under a religious Bible. As a born-again Christian, I have to raise that observation because Christianity is really making people lazy and allowing people to be manipulated by some evangelists or Pentecostal who are promoting the Jesus industry. You can't ask me to give you tithes and sow seed and you're flying jets with my money. I'm building universities that my children cannot attend. People need to be wise. They need to audit the account of this Christian Pentecostal mega church general overseers and bishop, the way they call themselves. There's also pragmatic rule of law. Nigeria has made a mistake with the 1999 constitution that says the president is immune from any prosecution. The governors are immune from any prosecution. We have to have a nation where nobody is above the law. Look at Brazil, South Korea, Chile, and Japan. They've sent their former presidents to jail for corrupt practices. How many presidents, EFCC and all those their things, how many ministers have been sent to jail? You hear they confiscated social money. Nobody is paid for the price for that. We need to have a law where nobody is above this thing. Let me just show you some ethical values here. We're talking about there's what we call the personal virtue by St. Augustine Aquinas and St. Thomas Aquinas. St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas talks about eliminating distrust. We need to eliminate distrust in Nigeria. Like the previous speaker mentioned, it doesn't matter whether you're Fulani or Yoruba or Igbo or from Delta, Ijo, Hausa, whatever it is, you are in Nigeria. Where are you from? Who are you? I'm a Nigerian, period. You know, because we're holding too much to our ethnic group. So personally, because we need to trust people from, doesn't matter where, it is the character of people that we should trust, not where they are from or the tribe or language they speak. You call it utilitarian beritic, greatest good for the greatest number. We have to have a nation that provides the greatest good for the greatest number. Nobody should be suffering where we have those oil wells producing billions of dollars every day, and we, the citizens, cannot benefit from it. How can the former generals and emir have oil well in the south, and the people who are owners, their grandfather owned the land, they have their houses on top of those oil wells, cannot get $1 a day? Is that not something wrong? So we need to start on let's call it universal law, which I talked about. Nobody is above the law, and treat other people the way you wish to be treated. Very, very important. You have to respect people, whether they are poor, rich, young, or old. Respect them. Treat them the way you'll be treated. The fact that you are rich doesn't mean you should undermine the welfare of other people. And that is the problem we have in Nigeria. The rich wants to get richer, and the poor are getting poorer, and the rich are just smiling. That is not a good society. When you come to America, don't you see what happens? When you go to Europe, European countries, don't you see what happens? Where do we get that from? Now, distributive justice, according to John Ross, it talks about the resources of any nation should be redistributed so that everybody, I mean, you heard about welfare states. Welfare state policies are to redistribute wealth from the rich to the poor. That's how you can have a good economy and a good nation. Honesty is not enough. We had to build compassion. Compassion is very important. Because of lack of treating other people the way we wish to be treated, we have ignored compassion in that country. So what Nigeria we had to change Nigeria from a consumption country to a production country. That is where we're going to build a strong economy that will benefit all the citizens in the country. We also mentioned that we had to reform the military. The law enforcement in the country has really messed up big time. We had to remove, they should be more loyal to the Constitution than the president and the ministers. That is how a military should be. We had to have a reformed federal system, either in the present Nigeria or when we choose to restructure to smaller countries within that nation. We had to have such a restructural system in such a way that a federal system where the federal government has less powers. Look at Canada. The provinces manage their resources. States will manage their resources, also promote the economic development. The federal government should be involved in the military, national army, as well as foreign affairs, and the printing of money and post office. All other things should go back to the states. Let the state manage their affairs and the economy. If they have oil, let them produce oil. They can pay some taxes to the federal government. But that is how we can manage. Those states can start to develop on their own. I've seen a lot of things that some governors are doing in states. Is it Boy State, one of those states, or Abakaliki? The governor has done wonders there. And so on. And even Oka, there have been a lot of development in Anambra states too. Those are the type of things we could see when states are giving more power and the states are closer to the people. The people can demand more accountability from their governors. Now, finally, the faith-based and senior public administrators and political leaders to be effectively help the citizens. There are 4 things they have to put into consideration. They must have compassion on the citizens, recognize what the people needs are, know what they have to offer, and connect with the people at the point of their needs. These are our leaders have distanced themselves from the citizens. How can I elect you to a position and I cannot communicate with you? When you come with a battalion of security people with fleet of cars, but you don't care about the people who have elected you. Then 4 years later, you come and distribute clothes and all those things to them, gari and salt to them for you to be reelected, whereas you've abandoned them for a long time. So who is a fool? The citizens of Nigeria have to be wise and hold their leaders accountable. If they're not doing something, I don't preach vandalism, but if your elected officials are not treating you well, hold them accountable. Destroy their houses and all those cars they bring to your neighborhood. You hold them accountable. They are supposed to be serving you, not serving themselves. And ladies and gentlemen, because of time and the full connection, I think I'm going to end here. But this is what we need to do in order to make Nigeria a great country. We have the potentials. We can do better than what we do. And please, we should not depend on other people. not depend on Americans. I know I'm an American, but don't depend on Americans. Going to look out for their own interests. China are giving you loan now. They're going to account. You're going to be accountable to them. Eventually, they will take over. Look at what they've done in Malawi. They have Chinese police in Malawi. That is not acceptable in Nigeria. So stay away from those China loans. You have the resources. How can we be importing cars and we have Ajakuta? We cannot, we have steel. Newe there. I told you I grew up in Enugu. Newe there. They have those welders who are making Ogunigbe and they can make more engine blocks. Why can't we produce cars? We have oil, we have the technology. We have graduates who are engineers who are coming to America to produce cars for electric cars for General Motors. Why can't we use that technology? Why can't we sign contract with other countries? If you want to come to Nigeria, we have the patent right. After 10 years, we're going to have the patent right. So we can start developing. So I cannot emphasize this enough. It will take Nigerians to develop Nigeria. If you depend on other people, they're going to continue to exploit you and you never go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you. That was another very exploiting presentation by one of our lead paper presenters, Professor Robert Didier, all the way from the United States of America, the president of Valley State University, United States of America. Please, another round of applause for him. So we thank you. We thank you for that wonderful presentation. We appreciate you. And we apologize again for keeping you waiting. It wasn't deliberate. It was as a result of technical problems. So we appreciate you. We apologize and continue to appreciate you. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. Please.
Thank you, and amen. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, may I humbly invite our guests back to the high table so that we can conclude and conclude very well. May I remind all of us that tomorrow's presentations will be on Friday. So, Mr. Chairman and guests, please, may you come up to the table once more. Please let us appreciate our chairman and the special guest of honor too, the general. It is not easy. It is not easy at all. We appreciate you. Believe you me, this is one of the greatest gathering of generals. We have 2 generals and 1 major general. And the 2 generals are equal to a nation. They are equal to a nation. Why did I say so? They are equal to a nation because they both serve as chiefs of defense staff. And you know what it means. Outside the commander-in-chief, they were in charge. Let us appreciate them again. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. I think that the day is fast spent, ladies and gentlemen, and we are doing very well. May I, at this juncture, humbly and most respectfully invite the chair of the organizing committee in the person of Professor P.C. Nwankwo to do the vote of thanks. Let us appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen.
God continue to part by prayer that God yes. I will say the reason why I have to do this sure that Nigeria attends the final part. The special case of London, but the overall chairman to bring these people to us here today. This is a new unity. What we are about here, our effort from best universities in Nigeria and among the first 200 universities. If we can solve Nigerian security and development problem and position Nigeria to become an El Dorado, where the whole world will now pay free billion like in Dubai, I think we have succeeded as a university. Yes. And that's why God has to break this general and we have to break from their fountain of knowledge. General Martin former chief of defense staff. It's not a coincidence that two former chief of defense staff. Because this is where we are going to make the new Nigeria we have started it today. From what I have heard, see, we have given people. Before you know it, I believe you, before the end of this year, start getting by special grace of God. Then the lead paper presenter, General Obi who used those tight commitment has just left us. But what he told us continue to be a living memory. So my collective prayer is that all these generals, God will grant you the grace of over 100 years in Jesus' name. Then, coming back to our royal father of the day, anytime because, in fact, the people's father, the advice he offers to the class, how we can position ourselves to become through private partnership. And then also the suggestion we are going to provide how to take Nigeria out of the present situation. Then our own digital vice chancellor, and his spirit is still with us here. In fact, that place he is not comfortable because from what he demonstrated, if it is possible, he wants to keep it general for the next 2 weeks so that he can get all knowledge we need to move Nigeria forward from there. We continue to thank you. In fact, as you say, after unity, he is now the vice chancellor of Faculty of Management Science through the courtesy of our digital. Well, in life, every generation, God must bring a statement that whether you like it or not, and they will bring them so young so that they will have both the ability, the youth and the good health to carry out the divine transformation. Our digital team, Professor Emiel, God will continue to bless. We are proud of you. We didn't know at this your young age, you are, I should say, compared to confronting. Our own dear mother, the mother of the faculty, God will continue to give you, Professor Nnamdi. Our employer, my own employer, and my baby that is after continue to pray for you that one day, God will give you in a position that you will be able to mother all of us. Prayer answer in Jesus' name. Well, let me use the opportunity to recognize all the needs of faculty that came. highly welcome. The HOD, members of the committee. In fact, if this is my only outing, I'm satisfied. Lord, I'll see, I'll talk today. I know the MC is jealous because I don't know whether the platform can do this, the challenge, but I know you will do. Well, let me give you some. I'm so happy that this is not an academic, neither academic, but this is a problem-solving exercise. From all that was said, from the chairman of the keynote address to speaker, the guest of honor, the traditional rulers, I can differ credit. One, for Nigeria to move out of the present position, it could leadership problem. Then, two, we need to cure ourselves of self-deceit. We are deceiving ourselves. We know the right thing to do, and we continue to choose to do the wrong thing. So, self-deception. Then, third, corruption. What has killed Nigeria is a combination of self-deception, self-deceit, and corruption. So, if you can cure these two, you won't have any problem. Then I want to add my own. See, my own is the spiritual dimension. Everything that happens on earth will happen first of all at the spiritual level, and then we now experience it physically. There are three gardens in the world where people get knowledge. We have the garden of Eden. We have the garden of paradise. We have the zoological garden. From the garden of Eden and garden of paradise, for you to be there, the quality of the leadership and the quality of the followers are very important. Where people do the right thing at the right time, you will not have a problem. Yeah. Then also you have the other garden, the garden of what we call zoological garden, the zoo. So in that garden of the zoo, it becomes survival of the fittest. So don't keep up animal is animal. So until we transform ourselves, and this is where we have the problem in the project. So what we are now praying with all the knowledge given to us by the speaker, we have hope. Because we know the problem of Nigeria. And we know that we have people who can fix it. So my take-home contribution is that we have Nigeria of hope, that things are not good back, and our problem is going. And as the speaker said, we are going to solve those problems. So then our special guest, the general, please continue to do advocacy, both within the security sector and outside the security sector. We believe you because what you have told us today, transparent. I believe you will just have on that note. I wish to thank all of you sincerely, and may God bless all of us. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The chair of the organizing committee, we thank you. To be frank with you, we will have fixed this year's speech as another paper presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have, please, our guests, we have been invited to the council chamber immediately after this. Thank you. The chairman has granted us the grace to move on. So please, may we all rise for the closing prayer, after which we take the national anthem. We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this great day. We thank you for bringing all of us together in a good environment like this, in a good function like this. We thank you for this great outing. We thank you for the contributions and comments. We thank you for the gifts of our guests who came from far and near to be here with us and to do justice to the topic of the day. We thank you for this great privilege. Father, we've come to the end of the program. We are asking and pleading and begging you, Father, to lead us safely home, lead our guests home safely, lead all of us in our home, and may we continue in our way and at our various levels to be a great and a hope to this nation. All these and others we ask through our Lord Jesus Christ. In the name of the Father, and of the Son. Music song, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless all of us. Please, let's be seated. We are taking our things to the for the entertainment. The entertainment is very necessary. Be seated, please.